Good afternoon. Welcome to the Board of Aldermen Workshop, Salado Municipal Building, 301 North Stagecoach Road, Salado, Texas. Today is March 26, 2026, and it is 5:02. Ms. Cherry, call the roll. Here. All right, thank you. All right, number one, public comments, items not on the agenda. The Board of Aldermen welcomes comments from citizens on issues and items of concern not on the agenda. Those wishing to speak must sign in before the meeting begins and observe a 5-minute time limit when addressing the board. Speakers will have one opportunity to speak during this time. Inquiries about matters not listed on the agenda will either be directed to staff or placed on a future agenda for Alderman consideration. No discussion or final action will be taken by the Board of Aldermen during the public comment period of the meeting. I didn't receive any comment forms, but does anybody have any public comment that's not on the agenda? No? All right. Item B, items on the agenda for public comment. The Board of Aldermen welcomes comments from citizens on issues and items of concern on the agenda. Those wishing to speak must sign in before the meeting begins and observe a 5-minute time limit when addressing the board. Speakers will have one opportunity to speak per agenda item during this time. Public comments on agenda items will only be received during this portion of the meeting. No discussion or final action will be taken by the Board of Aldermen during this public comment period of the meeting. Is there any public comments for items on the agenda? No? All right, we'll move on to the workshop. Item A, discussion of the audit report. Ryan.
Thank you. You should have in your packet, and it was posted in the packet online as well, the audit report we received from our auditor and Christy Stiegel, our finance person. I believe the auditor is online to provide an overview of the report, so that Ms. Cherry can file it in accordance with state statute by the 31st. Okay. Is he? Okay. All right. And with everything, we're having technical issues.
Yeah, as normal. We're waiting on him. Do you guys have any comment over the audit report? No? You got anything?
No. First time I've had a chance to use that from that.
Yeah. Is it going to be a few minutes? We can maybe skip the B and do the update for two and talk about that. What's that? Oh, that's true. You can. Yeah, I think we're just continue on with that. let us know, then we'll go ahead and do a discussion on the recruitment update and brochure, just to save us some time.
Okay, in your packet that you have, and I sent out an email earlier, the COG has put together a recruitment package for consideration of the board. No action is really necessary. If there are changes or revisions needed, please let me know, but they do plan on posting this tomorrow once the aldermen have had a chance to review and provide any feedback that they may have on or recommendations for changes.
Okay. Alderman Dunn, do you have any recommendations, changes, or?
No, I don't have any.
Alderman Sanders, you got any?
No, I also reviewed it, and I think it looks really good. My greatest concern was for it to be clear, and I believe that it is, that whoever applies for this position needs to be well experienced and well versed in all things utility infrastructure development and development agreements as a small scope. But one that I would particularly be interested in, and I think the COG did a great job outlining those things in this package. That's all I have.
All right. No, I totally agree with the both of you. I mean, I looked through it, reviewed it, and I thought it was a pretty daggone good job that they did.
I appreciate it. I don't know. It looks like the colors might have gotten a little skewed on the printed copies from what were actually provided digitally. So I'll check and see the information posted online. I think that was the digital copy as well, so the colors should all be there.
Okay. All right. So we don't have anything else on that? We're good with that? Okay.
I did, and I sent that information over to Mr. Reed and Kylie, who put this together. The TML, I used the TML salary schedule and survey and information from that, and I'm happy to share that with the board as well. But yes, that's comparative for a village of this size with the infrastructure that you have.
Mayor Pro Tem. Yes. So I'm glad Alderman Dunst brought that up, because I actually meant to include that very question and failed to do so. What is that? What is that noise?
That's the auditor coming on.
Oh, okay. I was also concerned that what the former village administrator was making versus what this displays. I don't know what the better way to say this is, but I would, I want to be careful that we don't attract the wrong applicant. But if the market says that that's a good starting threshold, then we have to trust that. Also.
So
it's negotiable, I would.
It is, and that's why it says 125 plus.
Sure. Okay.
Instead of adopting just a flat range, it's either going to be here or here. I believe it gives the village a little more negotiating power at the table, so somebody doesn't come in and say, well, I just want the top end, that's it, I'm not going to do anything other than that. They can see that there's a starting area, and then there's some area where the board can determine if candidates should be compensated at a higher rate.
Okay. No. Thank you.
Okay, nothing else? All right, I see Mr. Ullman. Can you hear us?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great.
You're going to give us some little information on the audit report.
Okay, y'all ready for me?
Yeah, we are now. Yeah, now that you're up and live.
Okay. Okay, great. Well, first off, thanks to the Board of Aldermen and Mayor there for selecting my firm to do the audit for the Village of Salado. So, I think we last did it in 2018, and then we're gone for a while. Good to be back. Of course, I also need to give a big thanks to Christy Stiegel. Christy, gets all the accounting information together for the audit, and we work with her on another city also. She does a great job. She's definitely one of the best accounting people we work with. So I just wanted to let y'all know that. And if y'all do have your reports with you, please turn to page 3.
Okay.
And again, I apologize for not being there in person with the Senate bill deadline. So I've got still 3 audits to finish by Monday the 30th. So yeah, it's just, we've actually done every presentation this month online, just because I just don't have any driving time with that new deadline. So if you are on page 3, look up near the top, you'll see financial highlights. And the first bullet point there reads, the assets of the Village of Salado exceeded its liabilities as of September 30, 2025 by $12,682,177. What does that mean in English? That is the net position of all the funds of the Village of Salado, both the general and wastewater utility. So basically, the total net worth of the Village of Salado is almost 13 million on 12,682,000. Your second bullet point, the village's total net position increased by $322,959 during the year, which was September 30, 2025. General fund had net income of $662,149, that's before transfers, and the wastewater utility fund had a net loss of $339,190. But then the third bullet point there reads, the wastewater utility fund did have net income of $84,200 before the depreciation expense of $423,390. So the wastewater utility fund did still have a positive cash flow income. Just the depreciation created the net loss there. And then the fourth bullet point reads, the general funds on a governmental funds basis had net income of $949,285 and total fund balance of $2,151,247. What's that mean in English? Governmental funds is basically cash basis. So the reason the net income is higher there is it doesn't include depreciation expense. Instead, it's just cash income. And then the reason the fund balance is lower, governmental funds doesn't include capital assets, which of course Village of Salado has a lot of capital assets. So again, that's the reason for the differences, and governmental audits do require reporting on a government-wide position, which is accrual and does include depreciation, and then the governmental funds does not. So anyway, that's just the differences in those two reporting methods. Let's turn over now to page 4. And hopefully, to everyone's enjoyment, we will not go over all 50 pages tonight, probably just 40. So, hopefully you won't get too bored with the numbers. So now on page 4, about the middle of the page, you'll see summary of net position, and that is government audit for balance sheet. So this is the balance sheet for the Village of Salado. We do have governmental activities, which is general fund, and then the business type activities is the wastewater utility fund. We do have 2025 and 24 side by side for comparison purposes. We'll start over with the governmental activities with current assets. Basically what that is, that's going to be just all your cash, basically all the banking accounts, investment accounts, just any and all bank accounts for the Village of Salado, and the general funds plus property tax receivable and sales tax receivable. For 2025, y'all had $3,482,226, and that was way up from the $1,942,042. So that's about a $1.5 million increase. A big part of that is y'all did have a new bond in 2025 for $1,350,000. A lot of that hadn't been used yet, so a lot of that portion is the reason for the big increase there. No other assets to report. capital assets net, that is net of depreciation, 8,429,729. That is down just a little from 8,599,853 in the prior year. The reason for that decrease is just depreciation. Just means depreciation was more than the amount of capital assets added. So then total assets in the general funds are 11,911,955, and that's up about again 1,350,000 from the prior year of 10,551,081. Deferred outflows of resources, that's a TMRS pension number. Doesn't really affect the city directly. 36,000 down from 115. Your current liabilities were 1,541,554. That was up from the 1,419,746. About $122,000 increase. And again, that increase would be due to the new bond that was entered into in 25. Long-term liabilities, 1,308,645. Big increase from the 166,000. What happened there? That's that bond. So yeah, that's the 1,350,000 was added. Then of course y'all did pay down some of your other existing loans payable there. So total liabilities, 2,850,199, up from the 1,586,000. Again, big reason. Pretty much all the increase there is just from the new $1,350,000 bond. Deferred inflows of resources, that's another TMRS pension number. Doesn't really affect the city directly. 168,000 up from 60. Your net position or net worth in the general fund invested in capital assets. That's kind of like the blue book value, of your car. It's basically your capital assets minus depreciation, minus any loans on those assets. And that was $6,797,382. It is down a little bit from the $8,415,181. As I mentioned, when you get a new bond, that decreases that number. I'm sorry, my paper's a little bit here. Restricted funds for specific purposes, 500,852. That is down from the 570,000. So about a 70,000 decrease there. Your unrestricted free and clear number in the general fund, really big increase there, which of course good. $1,631,445. That is up from the $34,627 in the prior year. $1.6 million increase. So your total net position was $8,929,679. That's down about 90,000 from the $9,020,019 in the prior year. Move over to the business type activities. That's the wastewater utility fund. Current assets there, same thing. That'd be your all the banking. Yeah. Hello.
Unrestricted from 34 to 1.6. Again, what was that for?
That's an increase in the unrestricted balance. It's mainly due, I guess, to the decrease in the invested in capital assets, and that freed up more money that's unrestricted.
Sorry, I couldn't quite hear you. What freed up money you said?
So your investment in capital assets went down from 8.4 million to 6.8. So that's about a $1,600,000 decrease. So then that freed up money that was unrestricted. So that's what made that $1.6 million increase in your unrestricted funds.
What were the changes in the investment capital assets that we released to cause that?
As I said, capital assets are your cost of all your assets being depreciated, minus depreciation, and then minus loans. So, see, the big reason for that decrease was the new $1,350,000 loan.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for bridging that.
Sure. No worries. Okay. So go back over to the business type activities. So again, your current assets, so that's all bank accounts and the wastewater utility fund, plus our customer receivables for that. $355,694. That was a big increase from the $37,856. So you're up about $318,000 there. Capital assets in wastewater, $9,866,296. That's down from the $2,289,686. Again, the decrease is just due to depreciation. So yeah, depreciation was more than capital assets added. So total assets in wastewater utility, $10,221,990, and that's down just a little bit from the $10,327,000. So right at $100,000 decrease there in total assets. Current liabilities, that'd be accounts payable in the current portion of any bonds and loans. $699,492 up from the $638, so about a $60,000 increase there. Long-term liabilities in wastewater utility, $5,770,000, and that's down from the $6,350,000. So just principal payments decreasing your debt there. What's that? Yeah, about 500,000 or so there. So total liabilities, $6,469,000, down from the $6,988,000 in the prior year. So paying down your long-term debt, which is of course good. Net position in wastewater utility, the investment capital assets there, $3,516,296, and that's up from the $3,369,686. Actually, these next two numbers do require just a little explanation. Restricted funds in the wastewater utility, 2025, $677,039, and only $93,211 in the prior year. And then you look at the unrestricted, it's negative $440,837, down from the $123,698. And just to kind of also give Christy a pat on the back, she said, "Hey, I thought the wastewater utility did a lot better last year," and she said, "that shows the unrestricted is about 300,000 worse," and she thought it was about 300,000 up. And the reason for that is, actually the wastewater utility did do much better and is in a much better position. The prior year restricted balance from the prior auditor is wrong, and wrong by a lot. In a governmental audit, you do have to show that the debt service amount for the next fiscal year is restricted. And see, they have 93,211. That was incorrect. That should have been 794,691. Because y'all do have those big bond payments and interest in water sewer. And sorry, they just didn't report that right. So that negative 123,698 should have been negative 825,179. So actually, yes, the wastewater utility improved about 385,000. So I'll say the 677,000 restriction and then negative 440. Those are correct. And like I said, the only reason those look worse is those prior numbers for restricted and unrestricted were wrong. Any questions on that?
Do we need to go back and fix that on that adjustment anyhow?
I mean, since I didn't do the 24 audit, I can't fix that. So I mean, it's correct here on the 25 audit with the numbers I just presented. Like I said, just wanted to point that out because Christy said, wow, y'all were expecting better numbers in 25, and said they are. Yeah, overall the wastewater did do much better. Like I said, they just reported those two sections wrong in the prior year.
Go ahead.
I have a question for
Okay,
you.
I'll move on to page.
Wait a minute.
Move on to page 5.
Hang on.
One question.
We got
sir.
a question. You got your mic on.
I think.
Oh.
I was just noting, you can't go back on 25, but can you footnote that in here for an explanation of what you just provided in this report?
Yeah, we could add something like that. Because, like I said, not really a prior period adjustment, just kind of, look, their total there, 3,339,000, that number was correct. Like I said, it was just allocated, incorrectly between those two numbers. So I said that's why we didn't do a prior period adjustment, because, it wouldn't really change any of the overall things. Well, and also, like I said, since I didn't do the prior audit, I couldn't really do that. But, yeah, we can put like a footnote kind of explaining that if y'all would like that.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, let's go over now to page 5. This should be the last page, so yeah, hopefully won't be too much longer. Okay, so now on page 5, summary of changes in net position is the government audit word for profit and loss or income statement. So this is the income statement for the Village of Salado. And again, the governmental activities, that's your general fund. The business type activities is wastewater and utility. And we do have 25 and 24 side by side to compare. I'll start again over at governmental activities, charges for services, so that's licenses, permits, just that kind of your day-to-day operations there of the city. Also, development permits, things of that nature. 25 was 517,187. That is up from the 435,535 in the prior year. So about an $80,000 increase in your service fees. That's good. There were no capital contributions in 25. That was closed out in 24 when you had $5,116,039 in revenue there. Your property taxes, a quick explanation there. You'll see over in 24 they have $2,887,874, and they kind of lumped everything together. I think it's a little better presentation to kind of separate that out.
Sure.
So you'll see, I have alarm taxes, sales tax, franchise fees, hotel occupancy tax, mixed beverage tax, and court fines and fees. So, you see how it looks like you're 800,000 down on property taxes. No, that's just because they kind of combined everything last year and we separated it this year. I think it's a little better presentation. Anyway, so yeah, your property taxes were $2,026,862. Sales taxes were $1,008,646. Your franchise fees were $247,378. Excuse me. Hotel occupancy tax $274,409. Mixed beverage tax $61,342. Court fines $88,276. And just an eyeball of those 6 numbers, 3,000,035. And about 100. So anyway, so your total revenues for all those are about 3.4 million in 25 versus about 2.9 million in 24. So your actual operating revenues were up about 500,000. So of course that's good. No grant money in 25. You had 350,000 in the prior year.
What was, sorry to interrupt you again, but what was the capital contribution in 2024? What was that capital contribution in 2024?
That was a development project that y'all did.
You know which one you're talking about?
No idea.
Do
you have any idea what that capital
Christine,
development was?
I didn't do the 24 audit, right. So
yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't know.
But without that, basically
sure
our revenues are up almost $500,000 from year over year. If I'm interpreting this correctly.
Your operating revenues are up.
Okay.
Are definitely up. Okay, I think it's part of that. What's that PID? The PID project.
Sanctuary pig. Okay.
I'm sorry, just a second. Let me.
Well, they also had a general
yeah, that
grant
was
for
the-
$350K in 2024 as well. I don't know what that grant was.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to understand our run rate to run rate, because it looks like if that, you take the 5 million, which I don't know what that's for, or the 350K, we're on a run rate of hitting close to $1 million more if you take those out.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, it's the public improvement district, and then, the tax incentives. Sorry, I'm trying to find the name of it. Okay. So yeah, the tax abatement policy, and then 2015 city had a mixed use development. So, yeah, there was like, yeah. See if I can find the name of that. Something that starts with an S. I drive by it. once a year.
Sanctuary, I bet.
Yeah, that's it, I believe, yeah. So yeah, that did show, in y'all's accounting records that was closed out in 24. So like I was just saying, well.
So that
yeah,
last year, I'm sorry to
get
go back
back
on
to-
2 years ago, and maybe it's just but I'm just trying to bridge and understand this. That 5 million, do we know what that was for?
So that was the capital contributions, that was, moved for a development project. Yeah, hold on just one second. Let me go get some files from, that Christie sent me.
And that's a huge delta.
Yeah. No, not at all.
And if that was counted in 2024 as revenue, where would, I don't see it. Somewhere along the line, it's definitely not in our account. That was a one-time thing, and this was, that tells me regular sales revenue and taxes we're actually on a run rate of $1 million more. If you take these anomalies out,
Yeah.
but I don't know, was that brought in, but then where was it spent?
Yeah. What grant was that? Let's get over here, there's more contribution. Yeah.
It's ridiculous that these aren't broken out.
Yeah.
You mind? Do you have a chance to look at this?
I have looked at it, those numbers are 2 years prior.
Yeah.
There's nothing, I mean, I asked Chris a few questions on some of these things that I found to be interesting. That's not one of the questions that caught my eye. It's 2 years ago. Of course, he didn't do the audit. He's gonna be trying to find information from another audit firm, to back that information up. But I'm happy to reach out to Chris if I need to kind of find out what that is. My biggest thing, of course, when I looked at these numbers, was looking for that $945,000. I'll just tell you guys. And Christy told me where it is, and since I talked to her today, I've forgotten, so I texted her to see if she would re-relay where that is in the document.
Well, yeah, because that was, well, this year, that's one of the things I'm looking for, because that needs to be, that is supposed to be,
Right.
and we made that decision in this board that is separate and in a different account. Not under your term, but when previous. But, so on the balance sheet, it's different, but then,
Okay, can y'all hear me again?
yes,
Okay, so on the prior year audit, it, says, contributions from property owners were $4,965,339, and then issuance of a note payable of $75,958. So that's the $5 million increase there, and that came from the capital projects fund, and then capital outlay on that was $5,871,015, and then that was closed out in September 30, 2024, and then September 30, 2025, y'all did have a new note added in the capital projects fund. So, and like I said, that's the information from the 24 audit. And, like I said, since I didn't do that and that was closed out, that's all the information I have.
yeah, we may need to ask Christy about that in a little more detail, because if 5116 came in, but you said 58 went out, we know 58 went out against that same project.
Yeah.
I think we need to know
Yeah, well,
a little more understanding of where that's at.
It was closed out to a zero balance. Let me look at the capital projects folder for this year. Okay, so yeah, and then the capital projects this year added the $1,350,000 for tax notes, and bond issuance fees were $36,000, and the cash that hasn't been put in service yet, $1,316,385. So the capital projects was zeroed out at 9/30/24, and then 9/30/25, this new bond payable was added. Are we ready to go on?
Yeah, we'll do some follow-up questions from 2024. We do need to close out 2025, so I appreciate you kind of go back before your time, but we'll take that offline.
Okay. So yeah, total revenues there in the governmental activities were $4,304,466. Big decrease from the $8,924,522 in the prior year, but as I tried to describe, your actual operating revenues were up and up significantly in the general fund. I see the reason for the big $4.5 million difference was, the $5 million in capital contributions and the $350,000 in grants, so actually 5.5. So yeah, your actual operating revenues in the general fund were up about $1 million. So, I thought that's kind of the key component to take away from that. Your actual operating revenues were up significantly from 25 to 24. Move on down to your expenses, general government expenses, $1,836,039. That was a pretty big increase from the $1,167,753 in the prior year, so you're up about $670,000 there. Development services right at $286,000, up from $204, so that's up 82. Municipal court $64,000, doubled from the $32,000. Police, fire, and EMS expenses $915,000, down from $959, so a decrease there of about $44,000. Your street maintenance and repairs expenses $409,756, increased from the right at $300,000, so up about $109,000 there. Your pension expense was $24,801. Public works was down $46,000, up from $75. Parks were about $60,000, up from $32. No interest expense because no interest was paid on the new bond issue yet. Total expenses $3,642,317. That is up from the $2,780,767. So we're up about about $860,000 there. Your change in net position $662,149. That is net income. Big decrease from the $6,143,000. Again, all due to the $5.5 million and the capital contributions and grant money. So again, I'll say overall your operating expenses were, overall operating revenues were up, your operating expenses were up too, but your actual operating net income was about the same or a little bit better in 25 and 24. Did transfer $752,000 out over to the wastewater utility fund. So again, net position ending of $8,929,679, net of about $90,000, down from the $9,020,000. Move over to 25, the business type activities. Again, that's the wastewater utility fund. Services there, so that's going to be for your wastewater services. $859,331, big increase from the $304,688. You're up about $555,000 there. No capital contributions or grant money in the wastewater utility last year. Interest income $3,459, down from $4,219. Your other revenues $19,864. So total revenues were $882,654, down from the 1.3. But they again didn't get $1 million in grant money or contribution money last year. So your operating revenues, remember, were up about $550,000. Wastewater utility expenses, $1,221,844. That's up from the $979,000. So about a $250,000 increase there. Change in net position, negative $339,190. The prior year $344,000, remember, does include $1 million of contribution of grant income. So, actually operating wise, did much better in 25 than 24, because without that contribution there, you would have been $700,000 net loss in 24 versus $339,000 in 25. So, about a $370,000, as I mentioned before. Your net actual increase there was $385,000 in wastewater utilities. And then again, after the $752,000 transfer, your net position in the wastewater utilities $3,752,498. So, as mentioned, that's about $413,000 overall increase in your net position in the wastewater utility. And that's all the numbers I usually go through. Any comments or questions?
You guys got any questions? No. Jim?
I don't at this time, but I'd like to reserve the right to ask him some questions after I have a little more time to study this. Is that possible?
Sure.
That's up to the auditor, of course. I mean, we won't be able to have another meeting prior to the end of the month.
I understand that.
Yeah, I'm sure you
But no, you, yes, so you're definitely welcome to get with Christie, and I'd say probably the best thing to do is email, just email any questions y'all have, and like I said, we might need to loop the 24 auditors in also. I said, I apologize, but, like I said, we're just, we're looking at the numbers to carry forward to 25, so yeah, I don't really have a lot of specific information about 24, because our audit is October 1, 24 to September 30, 25. So, that's the data that we focus on is the year that we audit.
I noticed in your statement at the end of your report that you basically said we were in compliance with GAAP principles, and you saw no red flags with respect to the accounting. Any recommendations? Any recommendations or concerns that you might want to register with us for things to look at or be careful with?
Yeah, actually, no, and one of the big reasons why is having a third-party independent accountant. Because we do about 40 city audits, and I'd say 35 of the 40 are not big enough to actually have complete, separation of duties and internal controls, which the Village of Salado would not have that either if you had an internal accountant. But by having Christie as an independent third party, that's definitely a good control step there. So actually, I know, y'all definitely don't have any material weaknesses or significant deficiencies in your accounting reporting.
Have you worked with Christie on other financial statements in the past?
Yes.
Okay. So you're familiar with her and.
Yes. So we did the Salado audit through 2018, and then didn't, I guess, for 6 years there, and came back this year, and we work with one much smaller city with Christie also. But yeah, most of our experience with Christie has been through the Village of Salado.
So you were doing the audits in 2018 up to 2018 for Salado?
Yes, sir. I believe, I think we started in maybe 2014, something like that. So yeah, we did them for 4 or 5 years.
Okay. I was just unaware of that. Thank you. I may have some follow-up questions, but they're going to be more educational for me than probably than what I need to go over now. Thank you.
Sure, understand.
Okay, so Alderman Bunch and Ryan, investment earnings 2025, $16,000. If y'all are going to dive in, and I know it's a little bit separate from what's going on in 2024 and the capital contributions of $5.1 million, but clearly we got to do something different there. Sorry, page 5.
Investment earnings went down considerably.
$16,000. That's unacceptable by anybody's standards. And then to the auditor, on page 7, let's see, the first sentence talks about property tax rate from 36 and change to 42 cents. As a property tax revenue, $84,000. Is that correct? I feel like. Does that seem right?
Where are you at, Alan?
Page 7, the first sentence, first paragraph. Did they?
Yeah. I mean, that's coming from your budget for 25.6.
Okay. Okay, that's it. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
All right.
Huh? No, it's not.
All right. Do you have anything? You guys got anything else?
I do not.
All right, appreciate your time, Mr. Allman, and thank you for the report. I'm sure you'll have some follow-up questions via email or Christie or from the Board of Aldermen.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to Workshop C, discussion of road and drainage study. No.
This is a workshop that the board asked for. I wasn't sure how involved we were going to be with the community members. Not to be a buzzkill, but we are running close on time for the workshop to the meeting, and I say that because he's starting to roll in for the 6 o'clock meeting.
Okay.
That being said, I'm happy to either delve into this right now or we postpone it to the next workshop. Just so everybody's aware, yes, the totals in here are $30 million. This, is to upgrade the streets, upgrade and update paving. It prioritizes some roadways. I know $30 million can seem like a lot of money. This is roadway and drainage information to be taken into consideration. As I've stated before, I'd like everybody to remember that this is a plan, and it is a plan only. What it does do is allows the village, if once numbers are provided to MRB, if we're good with it, it allows them to go through and finalize the plan, submit the plan, the board to adopt the plan. It does not legally obligate the village to spend $30 million in roadway projects over the next 9 years. What it does is it says, hey, this is what we'd like to do. If we want to do a road bond for $10 million, these are the roadways we're going to tackle, and we're going to do it according to this plan. Village administrator, if you can find a way to fund more of these roads by maybe selecting different construction methods like chip seal, and it's appropriate, then we're all for that. We want to make the money go as far as we can, but I want to caution against the reaction to possibly decrease the funding referenced in this plan, because that could kind of tie your hands when it comes to applying for grants that may be out there that require specific things. If they require you to have a plan and for you to do asphalt, and this plan is all chip seal,
You won't qualify for the
you
grant.
wouldn't qualify for it. So it's just something to keep in mind. A plan should be a living document that's updated, reviewed regularly, and it could inform a capital improvement plan, a capital improvement schedule, and things like that. So that's the only thing I really wanted to say in regard to it. I know there were some other questions about the pavement and drainage assessment, and we can delve into these right now, or we, like I said, we can push it for another meeting. It's totally up to the board.
I mean, I recommend we table it just because we got the interviews set up for us. That's good with you guys.
Yes, I'll agree with that. I really like a workshop just specific for that project. It's just too important. It needs to be covered, not hastily, but in depth, and there's a lot of questions to ask and a lot of planning. So maybe we can find another time where we just specifically hone in on this and get feedback specific to that at that point in time. But I know time is running with respect to the potential of a bond in the second half of this year. So it's kind of got to be on an elevated priority list for us to deal with.
And
some of us are more competent than others in the construction aspect, but I'm sure there's some people in this community that have some valuable input to that too, particularly in our past that you may or may not know of. We used to have a plan 6, 7, 8 years ago to deal with this, and some of those people are still with us, and they may have some valuable input. So I would really like to see this put on a specific item, a special meeting at some point for us to have plenty of time to deal with it.
And we're happy to do that if the board would like. I know, like the next workshop, we would probably be crammed. It's a large document, and I know everybody really wants to talk through it and explore some options. So we're happy to coordinate with the board to set up a special workshop and then possibly take action at the following meeting. We don't have to do a workshop and then a meeting the same night if it's a standalone workshop.
No, I totally agree. It needs to be its own standalone.
Okay.
item.
Yeah, I don't think we can get through it in an hour.
No, I don't either. It's just
Great.
something
But just-
standalone all by itself.
Just for the 30 million, or this whole MRB study was asphalt, correct? It was not.
That is my understanding,
that was-
correct.
Okay, all right, 100% asphalt, okay.
We'll set that up. Then we'll move on to adjournment. It is 5:58. We're going to take a couple-minute break, then we'll roll right into the special Board of Aldermen meeting. Good evening. Welcome to the special Board of Aldermen meeting, Salado Municipal Building, 301 North Stagecoach Road, Salado, Texas. It's March 26, 2026, and it's 6:10 p.m. Mr. Cherry, please call the roll. Present. All right. Let's take a few minutes to pray to your faith. All right. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and salute to the Texas flag, please. All right, number one, public comments. A, items not on the agenda. The Board of Aldermen welcomes comments from citizens on issues and items of concern not on the agenda. Those wishing to speak must sign in before the meeting begins and observe a 5-minute time limit when addressing the board. Speakers will have one opportunity to speak during this time. Inquiries about matters not listed on the agenda will either be directed to the staff or placed on the future agenda for Alderman consideration. No discussion or final action will be taken by the Board of Aldermen during the public comment period of the meeting. I didn't receive any sheets, but is there any public comments that are not on the agenda? No. All right, we're moving on to B, items on the agenda. The Board of Aldermen welcomes comments from citizens on issues and items of concern on the agenda. Those wishing to speak must sign in before the meeting begins and observe a 5-minute time limit when addressing the board. Speakers will have one opportunity to speak per agenda item during this time. Public comment on agenda items will only be received during this portion of the meeting. No discussion or final action will be taken by the Board of Aldermen during this public comment meeting period of the meeting. Is there any public comments for agenda items? No? All right, we're going to move into executive session. The Board of Aldermen will enter a closed executive session to discuss the following. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, to consult with an attorney about potentially retaining the attorney's law firm to perform professional legal services. B, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, to consult with an attorney regarding pending or threatening litigation, including 1, demand letters, Hopstrass Brewing Company, LLC versus Village of Salado, other proceeding or threatening litigation. So it is now 6:13. We're moving to executive session, and No, I banged the gavel already, I'll do it again. We're on the record. 9:28, we're out of executive session, moving into open session. Item 4, discussion, consideration, and possible action on 4A. Discussion, consideration, possible approved selection of a firm in response to the RFQs and authorize execution for an agreement for legal services. No, it's for the motion to do the third. All right, motion's been made by Alderman Dunks to have an executive session to interview an additional candidate for a law firm. Any second? Seconded by Alderman Laster. All those in favor say yay. All opposed say no. Any abstention? That's 4-0. And we're not going to take any action on 2B, correct? For the litigation, the letter, right? It was for the Howard, the man letter. We're taking no action on B. Then C, discuss consideration possible action on agenda item 2B2, which is the Hopstrass Brewing. Alderman Dunst has made a motion to direct the village administrator to enter into an agreement with Bickerstaff to represent the Village of Salado in the suit against Hopstrass Brewing Company. So here a second. Second. Second by Alderman Sandor. All those in favor say yes? Yes. All those opposed say no. Is there any abstentions? That passes 4-0. And I'll take a motion for adjournment. Motion to adjourn, 9:31.